Okay, the objection is overruled, and I note a continuing objection for the record.
So Detective Belknap, on that wiretap, were you all able to observe or overhear interactions between members of Rock Group?
We were.
And were those were one of those members Quentin Porter or Big Boo?
It was.
And who was the other member?
There were other members for sure involved in those conversations, but the target telephone was Timothy Thomas.
Did you observe it or overhear, or did you all detect or identify or discover a telephone call between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
Not during the wiretap, no, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you all learn of a conversation between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
That was during an investigation of a separate incident that coincided with and was picked up on our wiretap.
During that time, did anything happen to Trontavia Stevens?
Objection. Form and engagement at the time.
I'll overrule the objection.
Something or anything that you all found significant in terms of what happened with Rock Group and its members thereafter?
So Mr. Stevens was suspected of committing an armed robbery on Cleveland Avenue of Jeffery Crittenden, who at the time was an NBA basketball player. And after that time, during our investigation, Mr. Crittenden was accused and later convicted of shooting at Mr. Stevens and shooting and killing an innocent third party.
Did the shooting occur in close temporal proximity with the call from Quentin Porter to Mr. Stevens?
It did, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What other events occurred during that time that coincided with the split or eventual change in the structure of Rock Group?
Around this time on social media, there was also posted a picture.
Your Honor, we're not talking about a statement, an out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We're talking about an observation
I'll overrule the objection.
on social media.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A picture of a page that came from a discovery package from an Atlanta Police Department homicide investigation was published to social media. In the picture that was posted to social media, the investigative summary stated that Mr. Porter had given a statement.
And objection clause.
Bless you.
Foundation.
All right. That's your objection? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, as to what was in the report that was posted to social media, again, we are not offering it for any truth of the matter asserted, and we can actually get through this testimony without.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. That was your objection. What was your objection, Mr. Harvey? I didn't deal with that, sir.
Testifying about an investigative summary that is indeed hearsay. And if it's not being offered for the truth, then it has no relevance under 401. It's more prejudicial than under 403. And I would ask you to give a cautionary 105 instruction to say this testimony is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
And I object to arguing these. We have come to the bench for the defense objection. I think we should come to the bench for the argument on our objection.
Okay, since you made the objection, Mr. Harvey, come on up.
Miss Love, I can't hear you. Please don't try.
Okay, I sustain the objection.
Detective Belknap, without speaking specifically about the content of the report, were there members of ROC Group, or were there persons who were sort of put on blast?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the gang culture, can you tell the jury whether it is unusual or if it is often that things of that nature, homicide reports or investigative reports, parts of it are put up on social media?
With increasing frequency, yes, we are seeing that.
And what is the purpose of that generally as it relates to the gang?
Objection goes to other person's speculation.
Overruled.
And go ahead. What is the purpose of that as it relates to gang culture and law enforcement investigations?
Currently, what is probably our greatest challenge in investigating street gangs is witness tampering. And this activity has been a significant part of that, where potential witnesses or victims that are cooperating with police can be outed on social media to a large number of people in a very short amount of time, thereby making it very difficult to get people to testify, to report crimes, and to be witnesses in crimes.
What was it that you observed or that law enforcement observed as it relates to the structure of ROC Crew shortly after these events?
Well, essentially, ROC Crew, as we had seen it, nearly disappeared from Cleveland Avenue. We didn't see that name in use anymore. We didn't see the same activity centered around that set of identifiers happening on Cleveland Avenue.
What was it that you saw in its place?
Starting in 2013 and going into mid-2013, we started getting reports, 911 calls for service from a variety of people in the Cleveland Avenue area. From
A surrogate competition clause.
Overruled, Mr. Steele. Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
we received calls from several of the schools in the area, as well as some parents in the area, and the general reporting.
Your Honor, objection is exactly what violating the order. Yes, sir.
Come up here, Mr. Short. Let's talk radio.
Mr. Sharp, I can't hear you. You just-
Detective Belknap, in what context did you start to hear? Did you learn of sort of an evolution from rock group?
One of the earliest places we saw that was from reporting of incidents within the community.
Okay. And
Hold on one second. If you have a device that is a camera with a shutter or anything else that is making noise, please put it on man mode. I told you that yesterday, or I'm going to have it removed. I apologize to all of you. Go ahead, sir.
And what words were you hearing coming from these sources?
They were reporting that the activity was related to a group called Slime Gang.
Okay. And are these coming from adults, from schools, from middle age, from high school?
Speculation, confrontation clause, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain it as to one of the bases, form, and so you can rephrase that, okay?
Yes, sir. Are these reports coming into the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they coming in through civilians?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Not quite.
And
Overruled right for now.
are they related, the reports that call your attention to this slime, are they related to adults, or are they related to children, or what?
Objection,
Basis.
going back to your order.
No.
Compound question.
Well, the form of the question. I'll state as the form of the question.
What is the age group of the persons that these reports are related to?
We were receiving reports.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection as to form.
Who had just objected?
That was Mr. Steele. Let me ask a question, Ms. Love. Why were you getting these calls, Detective Belknap?
We were getting these calls because citizens in the community were reporting criminal activity related to this slime gang.
Were these reports coming from the schools?
Where were the reports coming from?
Some of them-
As to form.
Yes, sir. So some of the reports were coming from the local schools, from South Atlanta High School, Crawford Long Middle School. Other reports were coming from parents within the community reporting incidents involving their children.
Thank you. Did APD's investigation, or did APD begin investigating any particular groups as it related to those reports?
We did.
What was the group?
What we began to discover was activity by a group calling themselves Young Slime Life.
So, what are you able to tell the jury about the group called Young Slime Life?
Through investigation, we discovered that the gang was formed in late 2012. We've identified over 100 members and associates as of the present time. They were based in the same area as the previous rock crew, and in fact, what we discovered was many of the members now claiming to be YSL actually had previously claimed to be members of rock crew.
Right. Now, did this group called Young Slime Life, did it consist of 3 or more members?
It did.
Would you tell the jury whether or not there were any other indicators about this group that would qualify it as a criminal street gang?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Beyond the ken, it's not beyond the ken, excuse me, of the jury.
All right, overruled.
I believe we can advance the slide. We have a demonstrative. What we observed was that the group had a common name, which was Young Slime Life. Among the symbols that they used included wearing red bandanas, but also we saw the use of green bandanas. They used expressions like the word slat, which we discovered stood for slime life all the time, and they used that word slime in a variety of different ways. We saw people tattooing certain identifiers on their person, including the letters YSL, the phrase slime life, and also using 5-point stars and red accents in some of those tattoos. Graffiti was similar identifiers, but seeing that tagged in the community. Their attire, again, using those gang flags or gang bandanas in red or green colors, and also custom clothing around the idea of slime. And we also saw them using other distinguishing characteristics, like using snakes, lizards, including emojis of snakes on social media. Some members refer to the group as Rudy Gang. That refers to a gang member who was shot and killed in 2016, and his nickname was Rudy. And we also saw them using other blood gang identifiers, specifically often those associated with the Sex Money Murder Bloods.
Were there any crimes that you observed or that were investigated that were committed by members of Young Slime Life in furtherance of the group itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about those types of crimes and the types of crimes that were investigated?
Your Honor, I have the same objection as the two irrelevant to Mr. Williams and Ward 3.
All right,
And conversation question.
I'm overruled the objections.
You may talk about it.
So as we've discussed already, and what we saw as continuing activity was predominantly narcotic sales in the Cleveland Avenue area, the narcotic sales and distribution. We also saw armed robberies, we saw shootings, we've seen murders, auto thefts, burglaries. We did see some ATM thefts and other things of that nature.
Now, were there any other groups that you found to be associated with Young Slime Life?
As Rock Crew had an association with 30 Deep, we found that YSL also had an association with 30 Deep.
And were there any rival groups of YSL?
Well, they were not initially rivals. During the course of our investigation, we discovered a rivalry between Young Slime Life and the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. There are 3 gangs in Atlanta that are associated with the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods specifically. Those are ABG, which is Atlanta Blood Gang or Anybody Get It, the Haiti Gang, and also Bird Gang.
Are you familiar with the record label called Young Stoner Life?
I am.
Is that the same entity that you are referring to when you say Young Slime Life?
No, it's not.
Would you tell the jury the distinction, please?
So Young Stoner Life is a Georgia corporation that was, I believe, incorporated in July of 2014 as a music publishing arm. When I refer to YSL, what I'm referring to is Young Slime Life, the gang that we investigated for these activities that we've discussed.
Now, let me talk a little bit about artists, music artists in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County. Are you familiar with Jeffery Williams?
I am.
Is he the only artist or musical artist in Fulton County?
No, ma'am.
Now, are there other artists that in their music talk about illegal gun sales or illegal drugs or anything like that that the Atlanta Police Department is aware of?
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase or lay more foundation.
Has the Atlanta Police Department ever investigated anyone because of something that they wrote, music-wise?
This is inappropriate. I object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
I don't honestly feel like I can speak for the police department and its history
Let me just
in
talk
that
about you
question.
on that.
Okay.
All right. So, as it relates to a musical artist's words, is there any crime in saying words?
There are certainly potentially crimes in spoken words.
All right. Now, I'm not talking about crimes being described in words. I'm speaking of, is it a crime to speak the words?
As a generality, no. Outside of,
Your Honor, that
Yes.
was the answer to the question. And
So it's non-responsive, is that what you're saying? Okay, I'll sustain this and non-responsive.
Have you ever sought to arrest anyone for speaking words in a song?
no, ma'am.
When you talk about Young Slime Life and Young Stoner Life, did you or have there been any correlations between those two entities?
Well, to the extent that I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. Does the Atlanta Police Department and you as a gang investigator consider Young Stoner Life to be the same as Young Slime Life?
ask and answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
Through the course of our investigation, we did not view those two entities as being the same. No.
Next. Would you talk a little bit about gang colors as it relates to your expertise as a gang investigator?
Sure, and as mentioned, gangs often represent their gang through the use of specific colors, just as a visual identifier to represent that gang. Of course, all of these colors can be used in completely non-gang related and lawful ways, but gangs will particularly adopt the use of these colors, and oftentimes will use them in a particular way. So for example, gangs that associate with the Bloods will use the color red, as we've mentioned. They'll also often associate those colors with the right side of their body. This is a counter to the rival Crips, who often associate their colors and identifiers with the left side of their body. So we may see those colors used on the right side. The picture here, and just an illustration of wearing a bandana, a red bandana on the right side of the body. Here's another example of use of a bandana, maybe worn tied around the head, tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. We often will see that tied on the right side of a belt loop. This also, as you can see, is an example of a gang tattoo with the letters YSL tattooed on the right side of the face.
And in the event that I did not ask this question already, in your opinion, Young Slime Life is a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go on and talk about a gang gang colors as it relates to the image that is depicted on the screen.
Sure, and this is a picture of Mr. Stevenson, who went by Rudy and who is unfortunately deceased, and the use of the green bandana that we saw used with YSL.
Next one. And you can, I believe, use the clicker now, so I'm going to see if it works.
All right, and this photo, again, the use of the green bandanas, and also we're beginning to see hand signs in this picture. The YSL hand sign made this way.
Now, is the YSL hand sign that you just held up, would you explain to the jury what, because I saw fingers, would you explain to the jury what it is that you're doing with your fingers?
Sure, so this would be the Y here, and then I guess these fingers form your S, and then this is the L.
And is that distinguishable from the classic peace sign?
It is.
Now, go to the next slide. What about gang tattoos? Could you talk to us a little bit about that and YSL as you see them?
As I mentioned, we began seeing members of this group tattooing themselves with YSL. So this photograph was taken during arrest of Trontavia Stevens, and he has YSL tattooed on his body. And this was in addition to previous tattoos that we had seen and tattoos observed on this day where he had Rock Crew Cleveland Avenue tattooed across his fingers. Here's another example of this tattoo. You can see on the right shoulder it says slime, and on the left shoulder it says life. And here another example of YSL being tattooed on the right side of the face.
Let's go a little bit more into hand signs. Would you go to the next slide? Would you talk to us about what we're looking at on the screen?
Sure, so this is an example of the YSL hand sign again being thrown here.
And so, does person wearing red, is the person wearing red throwing the YSL hand sign, or is the person wearing white throwing the YSL hand sign?
Yes, I apologize. The person on the right wearing the red is throwing the YSL hand sign in this picture.
What are we looking at here?
This is another example of the YSL hand sign. This is I'm sorry.
Go ahead, what are we looking at?
This is an additional hand sign used by YSL members. It's to indicate wiping your nose, and they will draw the index finger across the lip underneath the nose in a fashion you can see here.
And are there any, go back just a minute. Are there any markings or tattoos that are related to YSL depicted in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, you can see the word SLAT tattooed across the index finger.
Next slide. Talk to us a little bit about gang clothing that you see in relation to YSL.
So here's some examples of some of the clothing we began to see YSL gang members produce and wear. This hoodie on the left has a definition of the word slime as seen on here, which says, I can't be trusted, or repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose, is you slime enough? And on the right you see a hat that says Make America Slime Again.
What gang graffiti have you observed as it relates to the gang YSL?
So this is an example of what we've seen, where we'll see YSL and then SLAT, or some combination thereof, tattooed in various places around the Cleveland Avenue area.
You've talked about the activity that you've seen committed by members of YSL. Did that activity constitute criminal street gang activity, the activity that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that activity been confined to the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
It does not.
Has a large part of that activity occurred in the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
I would say so, yes.
What is the significance of 30 Deep, the group 30 Deep, as it relates to YSL?
So 30 Deep existed prior to my time coming into the gang unit. They were believed to be founded in 2004. And as you recall, I came to the gang unit in 2009, and we immediately were tasked with investigating crimes committed by 30 Deep. They were based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood, which is in southwest Atlanta, and we've identified over 100 members or associates of 30 Deep.
What about 30 Deep allowed you to categorize it as a criminal street gang?
So looking at this from the perspective of our direction from our gang law, we see that 30 Deep has a common name, which is 30 Deep. They also had several, as we mentioned before, of these sets, of these sort of subsets or cliques within the gang. Some examples of that are DRC, which stood for the Robin Crew, YRC, which was Young Robin Crew, BRC, which stood for Baby Robin Crew. That group has now taken on the name KT, which stands for Cutthroat. We saw them using signs and symbols. They make a 3-0 hand sign, and that was actually pictured in the photo before, and we'll show you another picture of it in a minute, I believe. We see them tattoo certain identifiers on their body. They use the number 30, of course. They also use 272, 372, and 972. Now, this is a good way to benchmark when the game started because those numbers correspond with numbers on the telephone keypad. Now in the era of smartphones, we probably can't even say the last time we saw a telephone keypad, but at the time, this predated wide adoption of smartphones. So the number 272 corresponds with the letters BRC on a telephone keypad, 372 corresponds with DRC, and 972 corresponds with YRC. We'd also see them tattoo their neighborhood name, Mechanicsville, sometimes Zone 3, which is the patrol zone that they were in conjunction with these other identifiers. We would see graffiti and tagging of that number 30 Deep, as well as other identifiers. And while 30 Deep started out as a non-traditional neighborhood-based gang, we did see over that time period that I mentioned earlier, 2009, 2010, 2011, that they began also taking on blood gang identifiers, wearing red bandanas and other gang-related clothing, also making custom clothing. They were often referred to as the Smash Gang because their staple crime was committing smash and grab burglaries of commercial stores.
And their identifiers, what types of identifiers did they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned, and also began taking on other common blood gang identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as they relate to 30 Deep?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
How is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time in?
And what we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30 Deep and its identifiers?
So what you can see here is the use of the red bandanas again, and we're beginning to see that use here in these pictures. And what you're also seeing is the 30 Deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here, and then the O in the middle for 30.
Next slide.
Here's another example of the hand sign. This is an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cutthroat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. And there are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going into the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods, and the person you see depicted here is throwing up a hand sign we'll discuss more, I believe, in a minute, which is the two guns hand sign associated with the Sex Money Murder Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are two ways that we do this. One is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the Blood Gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30D.
And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag, and in this case, this picture was actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 deep in Mechanicsville tagged on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white, the print on it is red. The wearer of the shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that Sex Money Murder Gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC, so 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L. The 4L stands for life, so cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 in KT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30D was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, could you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep was heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community, but what they were most known for, I've mentioned already, which was smash and grab burglaries. They essentially pioneered the art of stealing a car, driving it through the front of a store, and then sending, 5, 6, 7, 8 people inside to run in and grab as much stuff as they could, run back out, and then sell those things on the street. And when I came to the gang unit in 2009, the Atlanta Police Department greatly expanded the gang unit to respond to that exact trend. And we were tasked with attempting to interdict those crimes and stop this rash of smash and grab burglaries. But members didn't just do property crimes. They were also involved in quite a number of shootings, several murders, a lot of aggravated assaults, a lot of stolen cars, high volume theft from autos, sometimes breaking into 20, 30, 40 cars at a time. So everything from property crime to violent crime.
You talk about sex money murder. Tell the jury the significance of sex money murder and what exactly it is.
Sure. So Sex Money Murder is a traditional gang that was formed back in 1992 in the Soundview housing projects in the Bronx in New York. That gang was initially a drug trafficking organization, and it later was part of the original group that formed the UBN, or United Blood Nation, which was formed within the Rikers Island prison facility there. The formation date, October 31st, 1993. There's a second date that some people benchmarked that, of July 16th of 1993. Both those dates are used in gang literature. Sex Money Murder joined the UBN on June 6th of 1996, while its founder was being held at Rikers Island.
And what were some of the identifiers that you have through your training and experience, you know, to be associated with sex, money, murder?
So the gang's name is Sex Money Murder. They may call it Murder Gang or some variation of that as well. They use common blood gang hand signs and symbols, including red bandanas, 5-point stars, which represent that number 5. The number 5 actually comes from the number of the 5 original UBN sets that formed the United Blood Nation. They say blat. We mentioned slat before. Blat means blood, love all the time. As a sort of counter to that, Crips will say clap, which stands for Crip love all the time. So there's all these different variations across different gangs. These guys say blat. They use the letter B heavily. They may use Boston Red Sox logos, Bentley logos, things like that have a capital letter B in them. They'll tattoo S&M on their persons, sometimes substituting the number 5 for the S to get that additional identifier in there. They'll use 5-point stars, and they'll often include red accents within their tattoos. They will tag all of these identifiers, including the gang's name, the number 5, blat, and they'll cross out tagging for rival gangs as well. They'll wear red bandanas and clothing to signify their association. And this is one of those traditional gangs that we talked about way back at the beginning of this morning, where they actually have books of knowledge that actually list out the rules and codes for the members of the gang.
Next slide. When we're talking about the United Blood Nation, what 5 groups does that consist of?
So the 5 original gangs that formed the UBN are Sex Money Murder, the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, the 1-8 Trade Gangster Bloods, the G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods, and the Valentine Bloods.
And within Sex, Money, Murder, or within the United Blood Nation, was there a particular hierarchy or ranking?
There is. It starts at the top with the Godfather, the founder, which is Peter Rollick. Then in each state, there are 2 statewide leaders. One is called the High O20, who's a statewide leader with some national authority or influence, and the Low O20, who's a statewide leader with statewide authority. I've kind of summarized the middle management piece of this because they have a bit of a complex middle management rank structure. Essentially what they do is they divide areas by groups and give leadership chains to certain geographical areas. It was a little much to put on one slide. And then below that they have the members of the gang, the foot soldiers they're sometimes called.
And have there been high O20s and low O20s identified in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the names of some of those people?
The high O20 for Georgia is Kyle Ory, who's currently being housed in the Department of Corrections.
And what does Kyle Ory, does he have a nickname?
He does.
What is it?
Nasty New.
And as we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the rules and codes as it relates to sex, money, murder.
Sure. This is a sample of some of the rules and codes that they use. The gang itself has 31 codes that members are expected to follow that are listed out in that book of knowledge. They will sometimes use the phrase Peter roll, and that means to kill someone. So that refers to murdering somebody if you Peter roll somebody. That Peter is a reference to that founder, Peter Rollick. They refer to the gang and its members as Blazing Billies. They use the phrase rollacking, sort of a general term for just the gang's activities. As you can see, sometimes when they write it out, they'll cross out that C in rollacking. They use that expression, blood, love all the time, or blat. One example of many codes that they use is buck 50. In the prison system, that's a phrase used to refer to slashing somebody's face with a razor and causing them to have 150 stitches. That's the idea behind that. And then they'll use things like 311, the numbers 311. These refer to, these numbers reference back to the alphabet. So C is the 3rd letter of the alphabet, K is the 11th letter of the alphabet, so they'll use 311 to mean Crip Killer.
Now, you spoke about a book of knowledge. The next slide. What is the next slide? What are we looking at?
So these are examples, pictures from a book of knowledge that was recovered by the Department of Corrections.
And generally, where are these types of documents found? Are they published and sold online or what?
They're not. Typically, they're found with members, and so a prospective new member will be given a copy of this, or they'll be expected to copy it from somebody else's copy of it, and then learn these rules and codes and be able to recite these things on command. So that's part of their initiation process, is learning the history and learning the oath and learning the codes for the gang. So members will also often be found in possession of this. We still find written versions like this. Oftentimes nowadays in the modern age, we'll find these in a digital version on a phone or on social media, things like that.
And looking at the next slide, is this more of an example?
It is, and this is that list of those 31 rules for within the gang. And these are rules that govern the way that members are to conduct themselves and things they're responsible for doing and not doing within the context of the gang. You'll notice a couple things we talked about are actually here in the rules. Number 20 is that they're expected to always capitalize the letter B, slash the letter C. They also will sometimes use a money sign and replace the letter S. And other things like 18 where it says that they're not allowed to snitch, and obviously many other rules they follow.
And when you said 18, number 18, they're not allowed to snitch, it says no 999. What's the significance of that?
In their gang lingo, 999 means snitching, so they say no 999 or no snitching.
You talked about the founder of Sex Money Murder. Looking at the next slide, who is that we're looking at?
And this is Mr. Rollick.
And is Mr. Rollick still alive and well today?
He's still alive, yes ma'am.
And is Mr. Rollick known for doing anything? In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
He,
Your Honor.
Basis, sir. You almost stand objection.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Rollick currently is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Where?
Hold on, is there something, you said something, Mr.? Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Does Mr. Rollick currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Rollick is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not, I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, would you tell the jury what it is that is significant about that?
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun, and will often hold it sort of the traditional way, is in front of the chest like this. They may now hold them separate or even just do one of those, but the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide, what are we looking at?
A large tattoo, as you can see, it says Sex Money Murder, with some bandana print sort of elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving forward to that.
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
And what's that underneath it?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, Sex Money Murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself, but it clearly says Sex Money and the SMM for Sex Money Murder.
We talked earlier about two different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Slime Life. In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
Well, we've certainly seen, it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. Those are used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mask criminal behavior.
What types of organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County, Zone 3, the Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and the Cleveland Avenue area and members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunities and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not be wealthy, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
Foundation.
I'll sustain it. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people from those areas?
I have
How many young people?
hundreds over the years.
What ages?
All ages.
And under what circumstances?
Under a variety of circumstances, certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I've had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crimes. I've interviewed moms. I've had certainly many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Basis.
Relevance?
Also, confrontation.
Okay, I'm going to overrule your objection. Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to
Leading?
I sustain the question as to form.
hypothetically, if there is a young person or group of young people in the Cleveland Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that, based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator,
Objection. This is outside his expertise in this field.
Overrule the objection. Overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street gangs?
So What we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high-crime, high-poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but based on whether or not there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right to recall the case.
All right. Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume with Detective Belknap. All right, all rise. All right, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
And their identifiers, what types of identifiers do they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned, and also began taking on other common blood gang identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as it relates to 30D?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
How is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time in the gang?
What we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities, such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30D and its identifiers?
So what you can see here is the use of the red bandanas again, and we're beginning to see that use here in these pictures. And what you're also seeing is the 30 deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here, and then the O in the middle for 30.
Next slide.
Here's another example of the hand sign. This is an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cut throat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. And there are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going into the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods, and the person you see depicted here is throwing up a hand sign we'll discuss more, I believe, in a minute, which is the two guns hand sign associated with the sex, money, murder Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are two ways that we do this. One is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the Blood Gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30D.
Okay. And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag, and in this case, this picture was actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 Deep in Mechanicsville tagged on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white. The print on it is red. The wearer of this shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that sex, money, murder gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC, so 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L. The 4L stands for life, so cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 in KT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30D was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, could you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep was heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community, but what they are most known for Yes, sir.
Chris, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could just grab your attention right quick so we can go ahead and get started. Before we go ahead and summon our jurors, I just wanted to pose an inquiry to our members of the media here. Due to some security issues not attributable to anybody in this courtroom or the parties, and the fact that we have had an inadvertent recording of some of our jurors on the front row, would it be appropriate or okay if you all would not continue to film Detective Belknap? You're welcome to go ahead and do the audio, but is that something that you all would be willing to do, please? Everyone okay with that? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and call for our jurors at this point in time, and let's summon Detective Belknap, please. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All right, from jurors. Hurry up. Get it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
President Council.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Okay, Ms. Love, is there any further examination you'd like to make of our witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead and resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused? Would you explain why it was that you paused?
I'm sorry, excuse me, I can't hear the question through the microphone.
It's on.
It's on. Why don't you, well, you could relocate a little further up if you want, Mr. Harvey. Okay, all right. Repeat the, do you know what the question was now? Ms. Weaver, can you repeat like the last question, please?
Detective Belknap, what I asked you earlier regarding have you arrested people for words and you paused? Would you explain why it was that you paused? Well, let me read that again. Detective Belknap, what I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused? Would you explain why it was that you paused?
Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused, would you explain why it was that you paused?
I always try to be as fair and
Objection calls.
I'll sustain the question. Or sustain the answer, I should say.
Can I?
You can rephrase now.
Okay. Asking the question about investigating people for words, without getting into your fairness, would you explain to the jury why it was that you paused?
some of our investigations involve words that may arise to the level of terroristic threats. So we certainly do sometimes investigate crimes that are committed only with words.
All right. And so if I'm not talking about someone making a direct threat to another individual in person, if I'm instead talking about an individual's song that is released over the radio, have you or do you know whether it is the practice of your agency to go out and investigate or arrest artists based on the lyrics that they have written in a song?
Objection for the jury to determine.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
Objection legal.
Overruled.
No, it's absolutely not our practice.
And is there anything that you deem criminal with respect to singing or releasing any particular song?
As a generality, no, ma'am.
And to the extent that you come upon or are even considering things like lyrics in an investigation, would you explain how or of what relevance something like that would be to something like a gang investigation?
Your Honor, the conduct of law enforcement is not relevant to the issue that the jury is sworn to do. That's for the jury to determine.
I'll sustain the questions to form. Once you rephrase.
Sure. If lyrics are not criminal, if it's not a crime to release a song saying whatever you want to say, is there ever any evidentiary value to be found in things like a song?
Your Honor, this is not, this goes to the state of mind of somebody. This is not the jury. They make these decisions on a basis.
It is not, Your Honor, and I can respond with the court's permission.
Why don't y'all come on up? Mic check time.
to the investigation to look into. Now, I need to phrase it back in the I don't know what the situation will be, but I believe that seeing some of the work relevant to the investigator and attorney, things that may be a little study of hearings first, and person in one person. Sort of information to be around. Yes, sure. Well, I was, so, my son, this was more, can you guys hear me? I do. Yeah. I can hear that. Let me tell you less. This is the last. Okay. Question.
All right, I've sustained Mr. Steele's objection, overruled Ms. Westmoreland's objection. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Belknap, as an expert in the area of criminal street gang investigations, can you tell the jury where it is that you look to find evidence of whether or not a particular act is criminal gang activity?
Objection, that's intent.
I'm overrule the objection.
Could you repeat the question for me?
Yes. As an expert in the field of criminal street gang investigations, would you tell the jury some of the sources of information that you obtained to determine whether or not activity is rightly deemed criminal gang activity?
So as I mentioned much earlier now, some of the core things we're looking for in a particular crime are going to be evidence of the motive for the crime itself, evidence of any group affiliations of the people involved, either as a perpetrator or a victim, the display potentially of gang identifiers and things of that nature.
I'm going to object. This has already been asked and answered.
Overrule the objection.
During the crime itself. And to find those types of evidence, we may do a number of things. That may include interviews with victims and witnesses. It may include, as mentioned before, some of our techniques like listening to jail calls, could be wiretap investigations. It also frequently is social media, particularly more in the current time. Social media is certainly a source for that. And we often find now as gangs move into other areas, we may find that in music or in lyrics at times as well.
When you talk about social media, in terms of investigations into gang activity, how significant is the role of social media?
At this time, it's very significant. Gang members, like the rest of us, spend quite a bit of time on social media, and so it can be very, very important to our investigations.
And in your experience, how have gang members traditionally used social media to elevate their status or to represent their gang?
Social media is today's public square, and where gang members have for years posted up on a corner or in a neighborhood to be out and be visible and be seen. Now they, like the rest of us, can be seen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on social media, and so it's become a platform for criminal street gangs and other criminal groups and other criminals to leverage to promote themselves, to promote their gang, including posting pictures of themselves with other gang members, wearing gang identifiers, with either pictures or captions referencing the gang and their association with it. We see gang members even post threats to other gang members. We see them post taunts to other gangs after they commit crimes. We see them flaunting sometimes the proceeds of their crimes. All aspects of this show up on social media, whether wise or not.
And when those type of things are seen in social media, is it your practice to look into them further and to determine whether or not any of that information leads to any viable leads?
It is.
Is social media used by gang members to silence other people as well as to represent their gang?
Basis. I'll stand as the forum.
You spoke earlier of witness intimidation as it relates to criminal street gangs. Is there any role of social media in witness intimidation that you see during your investigations?
There is.
Would you explain that to the jury?
One way that we've mentioned is the publishing of information on social media to out someone who may be testifying as a victim or a witness in a gang-related criminal trial or proceeding of some kind.
Mr. Steele, you have an objection?
Yes, we entertain hearsay and best evidence rule. At this point, we are just talking about no idea.
No, I'm assistant. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. You may continue with the jury, please.
So in addition to that, gang members will often post overt threats on behalf of other members of their gang, which is going into part of the strength of the group and the threat of the group. When we're doing gang investigations, it's not just the one person or the group of people maybe that are in that particular case. The power of the gang and its fear in the community is that there's a large number of them, and even if a few are locked up, the ones that remain are still out there on the street to pose a threat to victims or witnesses, and that often happens through social media.
And do music lyrics ever become a part of your investigation into gang cases?
They do.
Would you explain to the jury how?
Gangs have been involved with music for decades now. This is not a new thing. It has reached new levels, though, over the past 10 or so years that I've been investigating gangs, where before we didn't see the kind of overt gang references in music to the extent that we do now. It's a much greater extent. And we see gangs much more directly referencing themselves and their rivals, and even sometimes specific people from other gangs in activities that are actually going on the street at that current time. We even today have some of our gangs that will go into the studio tonight and make a song about a shooting they did this afternoon, and they'll turn them around very quickly and very explicitly and very directly related to the crimes they're committing.
And as a gang investigator, what role do you see that type of activity playing in the promotion of the gang itself?
State of mind, Your Honor. 704.
We're not asking about anyone's.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer that.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. What role, as a gang investigator, do you see that type of activity that you just described? You said that a gang member may well go into a studio tonight and make a song about a shooting that the gang member did just this morning. What role in promoting the gang itself does that kind of activity play, if any at all?
Music is certainly a part of most of our lives, if not all, and it's a medium that can have a farther reach and certainly be entertaining, but can also attract a lot of attention and give a platform that's large, especially if someone is talented and becomes popular. So composing music and expressing that pursuit of money, power, and respect through the music can be a way for the gang to talk about what they're doing, to again keep pushing that wall of what they call respect, what we would call fear, out into the public and establish who they are, what they do, and what's going to happen to people if they go against them.
If I say to you the term studio gangster, what, as a gang investigator, would that mean to you?
I will rule the objection.
Go ahead.
So the term studio gangster has also been around for quite a while, and that refers to someone who may go into the studio and talk tough and talk like they're violent and talk like they're into doing crime and they're dangerous, but they may actually not be in real life. They're just taking on that persona in the music studio for the purpose of their music.
Do you, as a gang investigator, have you had occasion to see actual criminal street gangs either embrace or reject the notion of being a studio gangster?
There's no foundation. This is
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
I have.
Would you give the jury some examples of what you do?
So that allegation is a very significant slur to a gang member who actually is within a criminal street gang and has this reputation as being a dangerous or a potentially violent person, and has that respect within the community. So to say that somebody's a studio gangster would be a huge sign of disrespect. And what we've seen with our gangs over quite a bit of time is that they'll push back against that notion that they're studio gangsters and actively refute the idea that they're studio gangsters. And in fact, we have some gang members who are rappers will say, "I'm not a rapper," saying, "I'm a gangster who raps. I'm not a rapper," taking on the persona primarily of being a gang member who just raps additionally to that.
And are there any overt signs of that type of pushing back that you've observed within the city of Atlanta or Fulton County as it relates to any particular gangs, not necessarily the ones that you've mentioned today?
Yeah, I'd say one example of that is a tag we saw in the Pittsburgh community some time ago, and it was a tag for the gang BMF, a large mural on the wall, and it says BMF, but behind that it says no ENT. We had this practice for a while. You saw some of that today in the demonstrative, where some of our gangs 10, 11, 12 years ago, when getting attention from law enforcement, would stop calling themselves a gang and start calling themselves an entertainment label or a record label instead, in an effort to mask their activities. But in this particular tag, BMF put this tag up and then it says no ENT, basically saying there's no entertainment at the end of this, we're just BMF.
And in your time and experience as a gang investigator, you mentioned earlier efforts that you make to curtail interest in criminal street gangs. Would you please tell the jury some of the ways that you have interacted with the community in order to simply curtail criminal street gang activity as opposed to locking up criminal street gang members?
confrontation clause and hearsay.
Judge, I'm not certain what the confrontation part is. I'm asking him specifically some of the ways that he specifically has sought to curtail activity.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You may.
One of the things I mentioned earlier that I've done since I've been a police officer is talk to people. Particularly, I like to talk to young people. I like talking to teenagers, especially when I run across them when they seem to be on that line or on that path, maybe to go their own direction. I always try to take the effort to encourage the folks that I see in that place to go the right direction, and I go so far as often to give them my business card with my cell phone number on it and tell them, hey, if there's ever anything I can do to help you do the right thing, you call me. Not that I can do everything for you, I'm not here to save you or anything like that, but sometimes what you need is a little help, and if there's something I can do.
Your Honor, he's not bolstering his testimony.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor.
And that I might sustain.
Your Honor, as it goes to protect Belknap's experience as a gang investigator and his expertise, I believe it lends insight into his credibility for the jury.
That would be objection.
Okay.
So, can we move on from that?
We shall. Detective Belt, now, I'm going to show you a blow-up of one of the maps that you included in your presentation that the jury has seen, and we're about to wrap this up. It is labeled 1 lowercase bravo. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this area that is depicted on this
I do.
board. All right? Is this a fair and accurate blow-up of the area that you included in your PowerPoint presentation that you showed to the jury?
It is.
All right? Ms. Hilton, may I gain your assistance? Hang on, this right here. And without showing it to the jury, what area is depicted in State's Exhibit 1 lowercase bravo?
It's part of the area around the Cleveland Avenue community.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1 bravo as evidence.
Or is it a demonstrative aid?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Sir, will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
I'm sorry, sir.
Will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the presentation you gave earlier?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, counsels, as to 1 bravo, 1B?
It's not on the exhibit list that we provided this morning, or late last night.
Any further objection? Okay, I'll admit 1 bravo for demonstrative purposes only.
Detective Bellman, I'm going to send Ms. Hilton over, Anna White, to you with 2 markers and ask you to identify to the jury the area that you described Rock Crew as occupied with the red marker in your hand.
So I'll say, Ms. Love, not all of the area is on this particular map.
Draw an arrow towards where or how far out we need to go in terms of if it extends to the right, then place an arrow to the right.
Any counsels are welcome to get up and relocate themselves to look at the demonstrative 1 bravo, okay? If you choose to do so.
And you can stand up and explain to the jury the area that you're identifying on the exhibit as well.
Okay, you want me to draw on the map?
I absolutely will.
Okay.
And you put your name in the top right corner.
Okay. I would say the territory is going to go further south in this direction.
What direction are you referring to, sir? North, south, east, west, southeast?
South, Your Honor.
He's pointing down to the bottom of the exhibit.
He said south. He said south?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we've had activity also going up a little bit further to the west as well. As far as territory, but I would say that covers. I would say that covers it.
And so the entirety of this area depicted is area that Rock Crew operated within.
Judge, to inform the question, it's not a question, that's a statement.
I'll ask it.
You mean you object us to form, Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Okay, I'll sustain that. You can rephrase.
Is the area that is depicted, all of the area here, areas that Rock Crew operated within? Inclusive of the areas where you drew the arrows?
It is, with the exception that I would say this area on the northeast corner of the map of Lakewood would be outside of the bounds of where we saw their activity.
Would you take your red marker and just delineate? So if it's just exclusive of that upper right, then draw a line separating it out like you're cutting a piece of cake out.
And the only exception to that would be potentially the school right here,
That school is,
being Kit Vision Primary School. I don't recall specifically Kit Vision Primary School having activity. I don't want to exclude it unnecessarily. I would say that's pretty accurate.
and so would you write ROC over the side of the map that is intended to convey the area that Rock Crew operated within?
Okay.
Now, with your green marker, would you please indicate on that same map the area that YSL operated within?
I would say that it would be the same area.
Okay. Would you please use the green marker to indicate if the area needs to be expanded out any further like you did with the red marker for Rock Crew?
Yes, answer. Leading.
I'll sustain the objections. You can rephrase, madam.
Is there any area that is not shown on the map that YSL predominantly operated within?
There is.
Would you indicate with the green marker the directional of those particular areas?
I will.
Thank you.
Sorry, this will. There you go.
And would you write YSL over the side of the map that you are intending to indicate covers the area that YSL predominantly operated within?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have. Would you please publish that to the jury? And just walk in front. I think it'll work for real. And to be clear, one more question. Would you just give the boundaries of that area that is described? Stand up and give the boundaries that we're talking about for the jury.
What's not pictured to the west is where I-85 starts to come south. So it'd be roughly bounded by I-85 to the west and Metropolitan Parkway. Then to the north, Ms. Love, I'm going to actually have to get the marker back out and carve out just a little bit more of this.
Yeah,
I would say for predominant activity, I would also block off the Polar Rock area.
the what area?
Polar Rock. And to be clear, there may be some activity spilling outside the bounds of these boundaries, but as far as the predominance of activity, that's what I understand the question to be.
It is the question.
Okay.
And so you're indicating with the red marker, so is this for Rock Crew?
This is for Rock Crew, and I'm going to do the same thing for YSL.
Okay.
So the boundaries to the north would, it looks like essentially follows along this south river water boundary that you can see on the map. And I would say predominantly south of there, over to the area of Jonesboro Road here to the southeast. As I said, Metropolitan Parkway, maybe I-85 to the southwest. And to the south, Mount Zion Road is not pictured, here lower in the map, and that area would be included as well.
Is that the rock crew or YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Any cross-examination of Detective Belknap at this point in time, counsels? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Hingerty? Misty Williams? Mr. Harvey? Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, I'll let you serve.
All right, Mr. Steele?
I'll do the same, Your Honor, since he's coming back. As the state said, I'm going to cross him at one time test.
All right. Did I miss anybody? Okay, all right. I guess we'll temporarily excuse Detective Belknap at this point in time, madam?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
You will have the right, you're guaranteeing the state's request to reserve the right to recall Detective Belknap.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And the defense, if they choose to do so, may cross-examine him at that point in time. They're just going to defer that until such time. Detective Belknap, I'm going to go ahead and temporarily excuse you as a witness. Just stay in touch with the state, and you'll be subject to you'll be recalled at some point in time. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the parties in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to release you at this point in time, okay?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:35, so I think it's a natural stopping point for us today. What do you think? Okay, all right. Fun meter peg for the day? All right, okay. We'll go ahead and recess you for the evening and ask that you come back tomorrow. If I could ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, to be here by that time for an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? And then we'll have a pretty much full, we'll probably work till early to mid-afternoon, and then we'll conclude. As I mentioned to you earlier, Friday will be an administrative day for you all because I have some other ancillary business to take up as the chief judge, so we won't be having court this coming Friday. We will otherwise reconvene on Monday, December the 4th. At 9 o'clock. So that's our next couple of days. And as I mentioned to you earlier, we're going to work ladies and gentlemen, the 4th will be a full day. The 5th will be a full day. The 6th, that's a Wednesday. That will be a full day. The 7th, we may go for a few hours, and the 8th, we will go, the 8th is a Friday, that should be a regular day. The week of the 11th, and looking at our schedule, I haven't said anything yet, Mr. Harvey. I haven't said anything yet. All right. I'm going to move you up front. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And then we may work a portion of the 15th. So I'll give you kind of those days as we kind of go along to kind of just prepare you. So I respectfully ask that you not make any appointments until such time as that will conflict with the court schedule. Okay. I'm going to try and give you our schedule a little bit out in advance so you can make appropriate plans. I can tell you with reasonable certainty that the week of the 16th of December through the end of the year, you will be down. Okay, and that's to give you all an opportunity to prepare for the holidays and for the rest of us to do the same. So if you want to go ahead and start to kind of think about the week of that particular week, and that would be the week of the 16th of December, you can start to kind of plug your schedule in, because I don't think we'll be looking for you that week, nor the week that involves Christmas, okay? So, and then we'll reconvene probably on the 2nd. So that's kind of roughly the schedule that we'll have through the first of the year. So that's, and I'll try and, like I said, update you accordingly or give you the day-to-day breakdown. But if you have any things that you're looking to kind of schedule, attend to, or whatever, the week of starting the 15th would probably be the best week for you to do that, okay? All right. What are your ministerial inquiries of me, ladies and gentlemen? Say again? I've got you all trained, but that's not even the question I asked you, okay? No, a ministerial inquiry is a question. Okay, you're confusing that with my ad nauseum admonitions. I've got you all kind of just, tethered up about that. But what is your question for me, madam?
My question is, the week of this, I think you said 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we return to work or no? Everything?
That's up to you. I don't think your boss is listening right now anyway, but I will leave that within y'all's wise discretion. This is an administrative day, so administrative days, you're technically subject to being called back, but I'm telling you that I'm going to give you those days because you all need to prepare for the holidays, and we're asking a lot of you. So, you need to take those days as you see fit. Okay? But technically, no, you're still on jury service. We're just not. You sell that like you mean it, okay? All right, okay. Does anybody else have another question of me at this point? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, there's no harm in asking any question at all, right? But, okay, so if you don't have any questions, but just to recap, I will go ahead and, tomorrow we'll have our day. Friday will be an administrative day for you, and then we'll start back with the week of the 4th, and I'll give you the day-to-day breakdown as to whether or not we'll be working a full day, half day, or an augmented schedule. But I'll keep you firmly in mind and tell you exactly where we're going each day. Okay. All right.
I do have
I always knew there's somebody. What's your question, madam?
Will I be excused for the 5th?
Of what? The 5th of this?
December.
No. No.
Can we approach?
Yes. I can't. I can't. Hold on. What's on? Yeah.
Are you self-employed or run a small business? Do you want an easy way to create professional invoices? Then SkyNova is
Remember.
CT in this. Boy, nigga, take off. Rest in peace and take off. Hey, Preem, I feel like daintezjackson today. I ain't gotta be a am to tell you that these hoes is messy. Feel like DanaJay every day when these crazy bitches stress me. Light skinned chick, heart dark, all I act, but she gave me thousands just to play my part. I'm glad it went left, cause you was never right. Worse than your friend praying in the day, scamming at night. I work to put food on my plate. I love when they hate. Bitches working out for 3 years, never lost no motherfucking weight. Don't tell me this is really how it goes. Internet thugging, life goes. All that doxing, no boxing. Alicia was popping. Grab your pistol, we plotting. On their head like a toboggan. Keep my name in her mouth, knowing she don't rock with me. Miss Bougie said blame it on alcohol and her hysterectomy. Hate to see you frown because I let you down. Y'all call me Bozo, I'm John Wayne Gacy clown. I'm built for this shit. Go to war when you ready. Gun to your stomach, pregnant shells in your belly. Cute face, but your body fucked up already. When you sent your pic to Kels, he said seems like you ain't ready. Fuck the terrorist network. Are you amazed? I'm the big bad wolf that leave off for Kelly Ray's. Church, preach, devil, this the gospel. Used to tell me put it on the table, then you grab the liquor bottle. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. At the same time, I'm praying that you push me. Miss Pissy Pussy, speaking of pussy. Your leader actually put his penis in his own daughter's pussy. So y'all pushing P. Y'all down with OPP. Land of the frauds. Y'all all about that PPP. You was on my team and then you left the group. Pleasure P.
Donated $1,500 to own my radio alone. Secondly, you gave me $5 alone throughout the time. That's $2,000 right there. And then you were sending me money alone, like 50 here, 100 here, 150 there. And you saying that you were supporting the channel. But when me and you was rocking, I was the only channel you were supporting. Don't lie. You set out your own mouth. I ain't supporting nobody else. I'm only supporting you. You and Levi's all I rock with. I showed the messages. So if you got a lot of kicking, that's you. But I ain't gonna lie about shit. I'm thankful for your support. But when you wanna get out here and act the ass, I'ma act the ass with you. You try to do what your homie do. You can't buy me. I can't be bought. I'm a real ass nigga. And I'm a street nigga at that. So if you wanna keep buying, I'ma let you buy. But the problem is you never got the product. So all that shit you talking, I ain't never like him, I ain't da. But wasn't it you that came out the shower in Miami and said, so what if I do mess with Dana? Make it make sense. Sad. Because you got a lot of good potential. But you can't put down the bottle. Sad. You can be a good mother, but you can't put down the bottle. I guess the truth always hurt when it comes from a motherfucker that you never thought it'd come from.
Before a nigga take off.
My shawty, like it out. My shawty, she got the ball, she got the chain, she got the wall. Break me up, 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 break me up. Break me up, break me up, break me up, off the wall. Break me up, break me up, break me up. So you got me here, they can come and watch us here. They gotta leave us alone, away from the door. Say you love it. What you gon' do now? Hope you're ready, cause I'm really about to put it down. Girl, you know that I will never disrespect you. We love tomorrow, but tonight I wanna spank you. That ass down, gotta make it last now. Girl, I'm hoping I'ma beat it on you fast, girl. I put it down, let it be known. Tell you just get better, get low. Back away from the door. She's getting out of here. From the love of Friday. She got me started, now that ain't no
It's for them internet motherfuckers that's out there meddling in other people's business.
Yeah, I ain't scared to fuck a nigga in there.
Not all bloggers. You know who you are. Niggas and bitches said that we would never make it. What they talking about? Conquest and religion gave them bitches something to talk about. They tried to stop the book, but they can do it. Now that book is out. I'm gonna make them take back everything they said about their mouth. These bitches out there lying on the player, they be chasing clout. They never talk about the tea they spilling coming from their house. They all up in your business talking loud with that big old mouth. 9 times out of 10, don't know what they talking about. I know y'all believe in us, but it's only yourself to doubt. If I was you, I'd be trying to get out, take another route. That can get you fucked up. I was out there trying to run your mouth. See you hide behind that keyboard, cause niggas wanna take you out. Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. Them police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all now. Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. The police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all
You
now.
old broke ass bomb bitch, nigga, come and get you some. Fucking bitches off of Kale's name, cause they slow and dumb. Woman beating ass nigga, bet you won't fight a man. Running up on bro, trying to take a pic and shake his hand. That's why he won't deal with you, never saw you as a man. You and your whole entourage full of fucking scam. Making threats to my fam, that's the wrong move, boy. Doxing people kin to me, you think that shit is cool, boy? Spreading lies, saying we started this, you broke the rules, boy. Drop that location, have you shaking in your boots, boy. Don't make me call them truths, boy. They posted on that roof, boy. Sending pictures to your enemies to show that proof, boy.
Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. Them police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all now. Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. Them police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all now. I see y'all coming at my brothers and my family, that's a no-no. Chi-Town finest, that's my sister and she trained to go. DanaJay, my brother, to the dream team about to blow. Haters in the bushes every night just to watch them glow. Get some commentary on your own, bitch. Stop stealing shit. Talking all tough on YouTube, but you ain't killing shit. You got some gay tendencies, the whole world know you like the dick. You said it out your own mouth, now who really is the bitch? Police ass nigga, and we know you a snitch. Broke ass, bum ass, mad cause we filthy rich. A morphodite ass nigga, got a stick in the click. With no testosterone, the stronger side of you is the bitch. Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. Them police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all now. Yeah, we gon' give you bitches something to talk about. We see you running off like diarrhea at the mouth. Them police and lights on your channel about to fade out. Stump them roaches, get that braid and kill them all now. Yeah. You motherfuckers play too many motherfucking games. Me and my crew over here laughing at y'all motherfuckers. Y'all funny as hell. Y'all actually should have went in comedy. You know, it's like, y'all, a small percentage of the YouTube space. It's like we in a big ass motherfucking abandoned ass house. Got ratchet ass hoes talking about shit. Then we got rats. We got motherfucking roaches. We got all type of motherfucking critters crawling around this motherfucker. Get that motherfucking raid out. We finna go to war with you motherfucking rodents, anacondas, snakes. Now do some commentary on that, bitch.
Old lip boxing 7 hour on YouTube ass, no life having, no job having ass, bitch.
I'm talking about Carrie, you know when I did the thing with the book, reading the book. No, I didn't read the book, but he was doing the book. That is the one. It's in my members only channel. I mean, it's my members only video. It's in my members only. So those who have membership can go look at it there in my membership, in Infamous Sylvia membership.
I deal with this shit on the way out, baby. Real talk.
You can take a look at it there.
Just be send me the jail. It's always the same one, but it's all good. Just be send me the jail. I ain't scared the fucking nigga in the ass. Send me the jail. I ain't scared the fucking nigga in the ass.
They don't fuck with your movement until it's moving. I done seen niggas switch sides like bitches choosing. Hard of a winner, haters say that you losing. I'm fighting a good fight, body marked with bruises. Seen dark clouds because of them hard times. Little niggas growing up and the soldiers carrying knives. Haters say they gon' kill me. I ain't hard to find, I'm taking all of y'all with me. Man, I'm going for mine. Pussy niggas talking crazy when they up on Instagram. Ain't no Muslim over here, my nigga, I'm going ham. I grew up in the jets, y'all wouldn't understand, yeah. Shit was really rough for me and my whole fam. And yeah, we fought each other like we were some total strangers. Put it on the hood, they say their life was in danger. Beating up niggas that wasn't from where we from. We smoke with our hands, most times played with guns. If you ain't have a burner, better just duck and run or stay low up in the bushes and wait for the cops to stop. The way how I was raised, OGs paved the way. I don't know what's going on with these clowns today. You claiming you're a killer, toting the big machine. Whole time you's a bitch, you might as well wear Maybelline. There's gangsters and there's punks fitting right in between on some faggot boy shit from Jenner. See what I mean? Look, if I destroy your person, it'll be you mumble rap guys for whack lines and keep saying you bag dimes. Famous for talking, you met the plug 1,000 times. Nigga, stop lying. Listen, the only plug you ever met was a socket for the TV. I explode on you niggas. Call me TNT. Ball so hard like Steph Curry for the referee. When I shoot three, they land in your face officially. And yeah, my whole team bananas. Call Beast John Henry the way I'm swinging them hammers. You be banned from TV, smack your bitch with a camera. And yup, you're not a goon, you just broke with an attitude. You rob who and I turn your brains in a dog food. All you mumble rappers retarded, like the real kind. And that wasn't a metaphor or a punchline. Come at me, say my name like one time and never be the end of your life, like when Christ died. Yeah. I don't know why these niggas start with me, but if it's beef, we in your crib like a house party. We stomp a nigga down the hamburger beef. The only way your mother recognize you is your feet.
Yo, down on homecoming. But they think it's still a thug case going on. No. I just wanted to tail the end of this little piece real quick because I'm coming back with some R. Kelly, with an R. Kelly story. I just got something to say to the industry. You know what I mean? I got something to say to the industry when I come back. And that'll be, it's 6 o'clock now, and I should be finished this by like 7:15, or it might be 6:45. I might be 45 minutes in. But I'm coming back at 8 because I got something to say to the industry. Everything I told y'all in the beginning. And folks didn't want to understand because they were either groupies or they didn't want to see it or they didn't know the truth, have now just came out again. And now that it just came out again yesterday, folks like, oh my God, I can't, man. Look, I told y'all what the fuck was going on a while ago. So now, for the people that's been calling me, asking me questions, and I just hang up on you, it's nothing personal. It's just that I talked about it a while ago. And these are not new people that's calling me. If you're calling me about something I talked about a while ago, then let me know you ain't paying attention. So guess what? I'm going to hang up on you. It's not my place to keep regurgitating just so you can keep up. It's my place to put it out there so that way if you need to go back and look at it, you can go back and look at it. Okay? So I'm tail ending the end of this. What's up, Miss Virgo? But I see DV in the building. What's up, shorty? Chris Starry, what's up, bro? Ms. Lady T, I see you in the building. Yo, I wanted to play DV Wild's song, but he went to the enemy's channel and they played it over there. And, you know, they quick to say that I'm copying, so I will not play it here. I was saving it for Shout Out Tuesday, but today is Hump Day Wednesday, and I got kind of pissed about that. I'm gonna put it out there. I got kind of mad because if you're part of the Dream Team, I mean, hey, let's make it Dream Team shit. I'm standing on business. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you deal with them other people over there, don't come to nobody from the Dream Team looking for a diss track, looking for a song, period. No. Y'all got the little boy over there that talking about he gone. Ask him to do y'all diss track. Okay? But I'm speaking for this side. Y'all don't fuck with us no other time. But when y'all need something done or when y'all need to be referenced about something, then y'all want to come and try to fuck with us. No, we ain't no doormats, man. As either you fuck with us or you don't. And I'm in a business where I don't care if you fuck with us or not. I want y'all gone. I don't even want to fuck with you. That's where I'm at. So it is what it is. I just look at it, and this is why I tell people, man, you gotta pick a side, man. Because everybody ain't good. And everybody ain't for your well-being. And at the end of the day, you can't fuck with niggas that don't fuck with somebody that you claim that you roll with heavy with. I'm a firm believer in it. So I just stopped talking about it and I let it show itself. I said it once and I say it again. If you have a wrench on my channel, you cannot have a wrench on people that talk ill about me. Because that's a conflict of interest. And I don't want them demons over here. That's facts. I don't want them demons over here. So if you want to go hang out on the channels that I don't fuck with, and you know the so-called internet lawyers and all that shit, then you go over there. I don't give a fuck. But don't get mad when shit is highlighted over here. And then you like, yo, what about it? And I'm like, but shit, yo, you already went somewhere else. One thing I don't do is I don't duplicate nobody else's work. For what? But a joint that Carrie dropped, y'all heard that where? Here. Exclusive. The Chris Terry joints, multiple joints, y'all heard where? Here. Exclusive. Then you might have heard Prima Donna, exclusive. Pay attention to who you fuck with. Everybody that screams for attention don't mean that the good attention is the attention that you always need. And I keep saying it. To be a good leader, you got to be a great follower. And y'all hear me reference Tommy a lot, but I followed Tommy for 3 years. I watched the way he moved. I watched how he did things. I watched all that. Also, just to let you know, she ain't never go nowhere, but Brooke is back, baby. Brooke is back, content and all, yeah. And we add new pieces. So I'm like Coach Prime right now. I had some people leave. That's cool. But I had some people that was filled by better and more. Only the weak is going to fall away. The strong going to survive. You know what I mean? So I hear my name. I hear my likeness and my joint flowing through the internet. Oh, Dana was right about this. Dana was right about that. Dana da-da-da. Here's my thing. What, you thought I was lying to you? Just because those people wanted to say, oh, he lying. Oh, the bozo lying. This is what I keep telling everybody. If they knew what a bozo was, you wouldn't label me a bozo. But because they don't know, I ride with it. Because I know what it is. And a bozo is the highest paid clown in the circus. If that clown, which is called the bozo, aka the ringmaster, if that bozo do not take his rightful place in the circus don't move. So y'all calling me bozo is not an insult to me. It makes me, I'm gonna tell you what it do to me. It makes me know that I am on a higher plane than all of you motherfuckers. Because y'all say, oh, bozo, oh, bozo, oh, bozo. Look, this circus ain't moving unless you pay me, bitch. and see how that go? I can go days without coming on here and it be dry as a motherfucker. Nobody had no content. Nobody had none. And if y'all don't believe what I'm saying, I play things in my tally for a reason. And when I play things in my tally, people be like, Dana, why you do that? Listen to what he says. Pay attention. Hold on. I don't know what's going on today, but let's do it this way.
When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
Now that might have went over a lot of people's head. But people need to understand why I play that. Because at the end of the day, you got to look at it just like this. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they will eat each other. What do that mean? Okay, when DanaJay removed himself, all the people that was coming against me, they can't come against me no more because I ain't saying shit. So they don't have another choice but to do what? Eat one another. I keep telling y'all, this is a conglomerate ball of snakes, and my hands are squeaky clean. So I let women do women shit. Now, I've heard my name 4 times so far. And y'all know, I'm like Candyman. Whenever my name is mentioned, I show up. But I had to alter that because certain pages that mention my name, I refuse to show up on because I know the path that they are trying to lead to. This ain't Dana jump off no more. Dana ain't leapfrogging people pages no more unless I want to. Now, trust me, it was some people pages that I wanted to jump on and say, you're a motherfucking lie. But I had to refrain from that. And I just said, I'll hold my punches. I'll hold my horses. I'll do that. 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 Okay, cool. At the end of the day, one thing about me, the lie that was put out there on me was Dana trying to control people. Dana trying to tell people where to go, this and this and this. If I deal with you and I've been to war with a snake and I know you haven't been there, I'm going to help you. And I'm going to tell you, yo, don't do that, yo, or do that. Yo, that's cool, but yo, watch this. If that's trying to control you, then what is a concerned internet friend? Because if I call you bro, or if I call you fam, I call you cuz, then I have that right to look out for your well-being. If not, then who the fuck am I? That means I'm not a good friend to you. And the same thing vice versa. If you've been through something and you've been to war with somebody and I'm getting in bed, I expect somebody to say, nah, fuck that. I don't do that. Even if I don't want to hear it. Now, there's a lot of things that I talk about and I talk to with people that I don't even want to hear about. I don't even want to hear your opinion, but I listen. Even though I act like I don't. Oh, I listen to everything. And I say that for the main reason of this. Just because you have hot content, it don't mean to jump on a messy ass channel. It don't mean to entangle with messy ass people, because what it does, it causes a problem between you and that person. Now, how do it cause a problem? Because you going on channels that really hate me. but you are associated with me. And I've caught you talking reckless on them other channels. I just might never said them about it. Now, how do that look? Can I trust you or not? See, it's an art to being a content creator. It's more than just getting on here and just talking. And you got to put your shit together. And you got to have it lined up. And you can't just get on here. Yo, who does that? People want full stories. Like one I'm about to give you real quick. And before I come back and drop this R. Kelly Earn Hall content. And then y'all gonna understand why I call out certain people. Because what's going on in front of you, I know what? Keep that over there. Keep that over there. I'll come back later with that. I'm ready to dive into it now. However, what I realize is that a certain person cannot keep my name out of his mouth. But he don't want to see me as a man. He don't want to see me face to face on a dark street with no police. He'd rather get on here and lip box. He'd rather get on here and dick suck the internet. I ain't with that no more. I want smoke. And when I say I want smoke, I want smoke. Let's throw hands. That's what I want to do. I don't want to do shit else except for throw hands with you. Don't run to the police. Don't do this. Don't do that. I want to throw hands with you. And I don't give a fuck who is there. Let's throw hands. That's all I say. And if you beat my ass, then I'd be the first one to be like, yeah, man, he fucked me up, man. He did this. But nah. Ain't none of that shit happening when it comes to me, bro. None of it. And I mean none of it. So I'm going to entertain this one last time. Unless something new come out. Now, if something new come out, then I'm going to entertain it. But dude got on his platform today and talked about, and I know the numbers low because everybody looking at the YSL, but they thinking that I'm talking about YSL, but the YSL shit over. That's why I came and did the tail end of this. Because I know later on I ain't gonna be able to talk about it because I'm gonna have the whole R. Kelly crew. That's cool. But dude decided he wanted to go live and talk to 53 people and try to plead his case of why he's not a rat. I'm lost about that. Because the more you talk, the more you put your foot in your mouth. Now, he talked about how did he agree to anything? How did he do this with anything? Well, let's understand this. This is you and your words, right?
And that R. Kelly got anything. I'm not saying that R. Kelly got anything to do with anything with me. I'm not saying that. And people like to chop conversation down, and then they'll make it. Well, that's what I said.
That's not what I said. That's not what I'm doing.
That's not what I said. And I'm gonna say it again. If I find out that R. Kelly was aware of y'all participation with the federal government, I guarantee you, I'm gonna make sure he stay in jail. You ain't, Hey, you think these niggas on Old Code got something on me? I promise to God, I can keep that nigga there. I can keep that nigga there. If I find out DanaJay, which I already, well, I ain't gonna count you because I already know R. Kelly don't fuck with you. I ain't gonna even count you. I ain't gonna even disrespect the conversation. Pardon me on that. We're gonna erase that sentence.
Okay.
Let's go back to Levi. Levi, if I find out that R. Kelly was aware of you contacting the federal government with my name.
Now, let me break this down to you. That was an instant trigger where if this was 4 years ago, I would have played, you know, if they existed. I would have played some conversations between me and Rob if they existed. Well, I would have showed proof that me and Rob talk constantly if they existed. But now that I'm older and I see the ploy and plot of the devil, you can't get me with that. See, I'm not going around making up phone calls. I'm not going around just to put on the internet talking about R. Kelly called me, then the next minute I'm going to kill R. Kelly, I'm going to slap R. Kelly. You will never hear that from me. I think I'm one of the only ones that never wavered, that never turned my back on Robert because I didn't get something out the deal. But let's finish. Let's listen to this.
I guarantee you, his stay in that prison is about to turn up, boy. I am a vice lord. I've been a vice lord my whole life. I never denied it. I never denied it. I can't deny it. How can I deny something that's been paperwork my whole life? R. Kelly is in that facility with vice lords. R. Kelly was up there in New York. How did R. Kelly get on the phone with me? Levi, the things you out here saying and doing, your cousin can pay for. I remember listening to Levi say, I'm going to go to jail. And when I go to jail, they going to beat me to death.
Is that what he said?
I'm not in jail, but your cousin is. I'm not in jail. Your cousin in jail. Who gonna get beaten to death in jail if I'm not there and he is?
Talk about it, homie.
You don't remember telling them people, Levi, I'm gonna go to jail and get beaten and killed in jail? You don't remember that?
Is that what he said?
That was all funny. That was all he. I'm telling you right now, everything you did to me, Levi, I'm going through a vectorization.
And vectorization.
I'm reaching out to your cousin right now because I need to know. I need to know. Are you aware of this shit? Are you part of this shit?
Now, I'm not the receipt man for nothing. So his claim is that Levi said that when he get to jail, he gonna get killed, right? All right. Well, let's see what actually was said. Let's see. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Let's see what was actually said.
Again in life, and I'm going as far as to say this. I believe, I'm gonna say it openly, I believe in my spirit that you are going to be beaten to death in that place.
Hold on.
I guarantee you, we may never hear from you ever again in life. I believe I'm going to say it openly. I believe in my heart, in my mind, and in my spirit that you are going to be beaten to death in that place. I believe once you go in, it's going to be like a fucking roach motel. You're going to go in that motherfucker. I believe that from the bottom of my heart, that once you go in, that you won't be coming out the same way. So all that talk, you're sitting there with your fingers punching with 1,000 Gmail accounts, doing that shit.
I heard that. That was R. Kelly cousin, man. Say once I get in there, I'm gonna be beaten to death.
I guarantee you, we may never hear from you ever again in life. And I'll go as far as to say this. I believe, I'm gonna say it openly. I believe in my heart, in my mind, and in my spirit that you are going to be beaten to death in that place. I believe once you go in, it's going to be like a fucking roach motel. You're going to go in that motherfucker. I believe that from the bottom of my heart, that once you go in, that you won't be coming out the same way. So all that talk, you're sitting there with your fingers punching with 1,000 Gmail accounts, doing that shit.
I heard that.
So as you try to spin people's words, his exact words were that as such. You're going to get in there, you're going to get run in your mouth, and they're going to beat you in that joint. Now, like I say, I don't got to prove nothing to nobody. I mean, it's more from where that came from. And we know that you try to spin everything to fit your narrative to be good. But do you know how many vice lords love R. Kelly? I mean, real vice lords. Do you actually know how many real vice lords love R. Kelly? Do you actually know the hot seat that you have put your family into? Not just you. And see, and I'm not even going to disrespect your offspring because I feel sorry for all of them that's connected to you. Because you got to look over your shoulders. You got to look over your back. You got to look over everything. Them cameras that you have around the car, that's not going to help you. You have enemies from every which way. And the funny part about it is your crew that you linked up with is the same motherfucking way. People think that they can get on the internet and just talk. And because people don't respond, oh, they whores. They ain't sending them back. No. Niggas lining you the fuck up. Like I said last night, if you in the A, drop your location. I'm going to show you what 30 rounds is about. And then I'm going to show you 2 100-round pinwheels. You get on your joint after you try to strike my post. You get on your joint and say, oh, he threatening me. Wait a minute. But didn't you tell the feds that 30 rounds was just stamina, right? So how did I threaten you? Not unless you and your crew lied to the federales. The same people that you run to faithfully. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. Now, don't talk that tough Tony shit to me. Because I live it. I just don't get on here talking about everything I do. I gave y'all a fair warning day one. Don't look at what you see now. Y'all got capabilities. Y'all got a lawyer, but that's at the bottom part of Tempe. I mean, not Tempe, but Florida. A person that helped you with your paperwork. Ask her to look at my situation. And she know what I'm talking about. I just don't want to say it on here. And because they're going to be like, oh yeah, they're attaching that. Nah, I don't want people attaching me to that. But just know I'm that. And if I got to go back to that, which I have, because niggas like you want to play games. And you think it's just something to play with. Now, let me interject and let me ask your little lapdog, your wannabe thing, and the bitch from Milwaukee. You said, I went to Chicago on 12/4. When did I go to 12? When did I go to Chicago on 12/4 for? Because I do believe on 12/4, I had a visitor from Detroit, bitch, that stayed with me for 3 days. So understand, when you put these narratives out here, make sure they work. Because your narratives don't work with me. And like I said, dude played the beginning of a video. That's so funny to me. It's funny. Because he played the beginning of a video, right? But what he didn't tell you is Janet and Glenda begged me not to put hands on them. I ain't give a fuck about Glenda, but I said, and for Janet, I'm going to hold my word. Because and no matter how you look at it, Janet was cool as fuck. And Janet really loved supporting R. Kelly. And she loved R. Kelly outside of them other motherfuckers. But let's listen to what you said about R. Kelly.
Did I really just walk the streets for you and your cousin on here calling me a terrorist? I promise to God on Vice Lord I get R. Kelly ass beat. On my mama on Vice Lord on my I lost 2 aunties on fucking house arrest. I would get R. Kelly killed in that bitch. I swear to God on my life I will. Take this recording and play it. Chop it up. I mean everything I fucking say. If I find out R. Kelly was running around with you motherfucking informers and knowing what the fuck you doing, I'ma get that nigga fucked up. I'ma get that nigga overly fucked up. You saw that white nigga from the Irish mob? They got his ass fucked up. I guarantee you, my right hand to God, the moment I'm doing an investigation right now, Levi, the moment that my investigation connects acknowledgement to anything involving my kids been having to stand outside for 3 hours in the sun, for guns being pointed in my face, for my cavity being looked at.
You liked it.
I guarantee you, Levi, that nigga is done. I swear to God on my life, I get R. Kelly touch. Big Vice Lord, been a Vice Lord my whole life. Look at this picture. Go ask Agent Ryan, has Deboski been a Vice Lord his whole life? Why would I tattoo some shit on my body I don't mean? I would get R. Kelly overly fucked up. Overly fucked up. Overly fucked up, boy. If I find out, Levi, that R. Kelly knew what you was doing, he's done. We doing the Enterprise is doing a thorough investigation right now.
The who?
If we find out, Levi, listen to this, Levi. Ain't this you? Listen to this, Levi. So we'll have no misunderstanding.
Right, bro. Overly. So, as dudes spin shit, right? You don't have to be a spin doctor. Play the whole thing as it is. But one thing about me, I'm that motherfucking nigga. So That's why I keep coming at you.
You don't have enough money to buy me. You don't have nothing to offer.
Hold on.
You don't have enough money to buy me.
Hold on.
You will never punk me. You don't have enough money to buy me. You don't have nothing to offer me. You can't kill me. Even if you try, I can't die. You'll deal with me for generations to come.
And that's on facts. Not Vice Lord. That's on facts. You can't do shit with me. You can't buy me. You can't do none of that. But you talk about fat boy over there. You know I ain't fat, but hey, if you say I'm fat, then I'll be fat, okay? But you said fat boy lying. He associating R. Kelly with fentanyl and this and traveling vice lords. We just heard you say you'll kill R. Kelly, right? You'll have the vice lords. That's what you said. You'll have the vice lords kill R. Kelly. But then you come back and say shit like this. You come back and say shit like this. Vice Lord is not a gang like Crip and Blood. It's actually an organization that install principle and religion. There's no such thing as a fake Vice Lord, because you come as you is and is as you come. What you're trying to do at this point, you're trying to deflect, because you got to give an account for what you did. You got to give an account. Not none of us. You got to give an account while you out here false flagging. Now, you said on there and you read your paperwork from New York. And you said, my name ain't in none of this. They ain't even thanking me like they thank Larry. Well, let me give you the difference between you and Larry. Larry was a co-conspirator. Meaning, Larry took part in the crime, then went and told on the people that he participated in the crime with, and then worked out his letter or letters. But Larry came to the internet and took it like a man and said, yeah, I did it. You are an unsolicited co-conspirator. Uh-oh. You are just like them other niggas in Chicago that went and told a story about R. Kelly to the feds. That's not in the paperwork. But the wrong thing is the right thing. Meaning you went quiet about vice lords until all of them got locked up. Why was it that it's just a coincidence that the day you got your deferred prosecution agreement is the same day and after that the traveling vice lords of one that you and Flea Baby know very well gets locked up? Hold on. Let's get this story correctly. Remember this? Listen. Status conference as to Christopher Gunn held on May the 9th, 2023. AUSA Turner Buford appeared on behalf of the government and was joined by pretrial services officer Bianca Carter. Allegra Glasshauser appeared on behalf of the defendant. The defendant was also present. The government and defense counsel presented the court with an executed deferred prosecution agreement, a DPA, which will remain in a possession of the government. Stop. In order for the government to do something after you threaten the government's workers, you had to give up something. The problem is the stupid people over there listen to the bullshit that you spit. The real people understand the shit that I talk about because the real shit is going to come out in the wash and the rinse and the dry cycle and on the motherfucking line. So when other motherfuckers that's supposed to be lawyers sit back and say, ow, that don't mean he told. It don't? It don't, right? Okay. How many motherfuckers snitched on R. Kelly but that didn't appear in the paperwork? Now watch this. What you're not understanding is, and I'm going to put this together for you because this is the little Swift version. Because I got to get ready for another story. So I'm going to give you the Swift version. But tomorrow, I'm going to come and give you the full version. Videos and all. That video might get struck, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So it says, the government shall file a status reported by August 11, 2023, updating the court on the defendant's compliance. Updating the court on the defendant's compliance, meaning that the defendant is in well compliant with what the DPA is about. The next status conference has been tentatively set for November the 9th, 2023 as a control date. The period between May the 9th, 2023 and November the 9th, 2023 was excluded for the reasons stated on the record. Okay, now watch this. Let's get out of that. If y'all can remember, remember when he used to say his life is in danger? So why would the government put their snitch in more danger? So what they did is they made him an unsolicited co-conspirator. But what did he do? He jumps on the internet and he talks about, oh, DanaJay and the paperwork. Here in my paperwork. Then he gets balls. And the balls that he get is this right here. Watch. I am not the only blogger on YouTube that spoke on R. Kelly case, yet I'm the focal point for blame and harassment, thumbnails and lives, and never met the man, nor a part of his case. But that's the excuse for all this. Equals, but don't trip. The government gonna have to explain to me how you know people harassing me and my family and they not in jail. So this is no longer about street credit. This is no longer about advocating for R. Kelly. This is about trying to work off your DPA and get as many people in jail as you could. However, what you don't know is that Agent Ryan never talked to me except for once. And that's when he asked me the validity of that video. But you have talked to Agent Ryan several times. And when I said a name that rhymes with Ryan, you and your misfits ran to the internet and said, I told y'all it's Agent Ryan, but go listen to what I said. That wasn't Agent Ryan at all. The problem is